Hello. We need lamp power. We need to program using the lamp stack. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. And we're going to work on the code complexity measures. And so I'm going to read some useless blog postings that don't say anything I don't already know, but I'm just going to see just in case that's not true. Yeah, I'm not adding anything for loops right now. And we're not doing nested. Nested ifs. Like, this is a thing that I think is wrong about the cyclomatic complexity idea, which is like an if that's nested in another if, I think, is more complicated than an if that's at top level. Right? Like it should be scored, if you have ifs that go deep, they should be scored worse than ifs that are in a line, right? And actually it's the other way around, right? So if you just do cyclomatic complexity, right? Then if you have this, if A, then B, else C, right? If you have two of these, I'm going to reuse the same variable names, right? So if you have that followed by that, and then you have this, I claim the second one is more complicated. Okay, but the cyclomatic complexity is actually lower, right? Because this one has 1, 2, 3 paths through the code. And this one has 4. But this is worse. I think. Aren't ifs and switches pretty efficient? It's not about efficient. It's about how understandable and simple your code is. So anyway, I was working on some code. A new module that would help traverse, and it's not done yet. Because when the compiler gives you stuff, here, let me fix this indentation. So when the compiler gives you stuff, it gives you like a flattened out version of the stuff. But you can't really tell the depth of the expressions that way because they're pre-flattened for you, right? And so if you want that, you sort of need to traverse the tree top down. And so I was going to make some nice ways to do that. And so this code here is like, I've got a couple tree traversals here. But I think I want to write the function here where we say visit we want depth first, but in reverse. Like we want like pre-order. I guess this breadth first is going to do that. Yeah, cases don't fall through unless you tell them to. You like compounding conditionals in one level of if-else better than nested two. For me, it kind of depends. Like if it's like a really simple conditionals, like they're all ands or all ors, then I think it's fine to string them together. But if you like have ands and ors and more ands and XORs and whatever the fuck, don't put all that in one conditional. It's gnarly. So like, I kind of wonder if we should have a way of scoring that. Don't I miss autocomplete? No, autocomplete is not for Chads. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to make like a pre-order visit function, and then I want to go back to the codex thing, and because I'm going to want to measure if statements with that, but I want to make sure that it's correct. So we're going to initially just assert that the number of if statements we find both ways is the same. All right, so we're going to do this. We're going to do something where we insert the code. Okay. Let's just say, I think we just say this is a queue. I don't know. Just graph traversals are weird, right? So this is going to be queue.allocator is temp. All right. And we're going to array add to queue node. And then we're going to go while one. We're going to go while one, get recursive nodes breadth first. We're just going to sort of run from the beginning of the queue to the end. So we're going to go while index is less than q.count. Get recursive nodes breadth first. Node is q sub index. Node. Oh, wait. That's like fully fucking recursive. Oh, so we don't need a while loop here. We already got that. Oh, the question is just... Let's not worry about this yet. But I was going to maybe have a thing where you could say what node types you want to visit, right? And maybe what node types you want to terminate at. But maybe we won't worry about that for this version because maybe that's not actually useful. It's like an optimization that maybe people won't really be able to use. Get recursive nodes. Okay, so we're just going to do this actually. All right. And then for Q, visit, what is that? We don't know yet. And visit it. All right. Like that. You know, the thing about putting a $sign on the name could just be this, right? Like you put the double colon there. But then we still have the $sign on the right-hand side. So I don't know. Anyway. Well, wait, we don't call visit. Sorry, that's the functional programmer weenie way to do it. We just go insert code. Right? Let's just try this out. Okay. We're going to run. Nodes is compiler get nodes code. For that, we're going to need compiler. And we're going to want code visit. And we're going to say visit pre-order. Make sure to pre-order your game now. Root code with some stuff here. And what is that stuff? Print it dot type is whatever. Something like that. I could just make this a for expansion, right? That might be better, but I kind of want to do the base function version first. God only knows if what I did actually makes sense. We parse the declaration. Because it's a semicolon. Okay. Oh, that's a problem. Conscience. Okay. 107. Type wanted, code. Oh, yeah, this is a contravariance thing. We should have a directive that forces contravariance to be okay. Someday. Procedure.body. Okay. It.type. Okay, this seems bad because... Oh, kind. It seems like that didn't work. Oh, no, it's fine. It is whatever it does. A block for literal block procedure call ident literal ident. 60% of the time it works every time. Dude, I didn't test that at all. I did not use test-driven development. What if we just rename this programming language Chad? Like, that would be good, right? The macro is hygienic, but it... if you backtick things, you can reference variables from outside. Right, we can have Chad, and instead of Chad++, we could have Giga Chad. That would be good. Okay. Let's go to Codex. Going to import code visit. And why is this modified? Okay. We're going to do a no check-in. Let me just say, let's call it new. I'm just going to count the number of ifs first. All right. Now we're going to go visit preorder tc.expression. I think I can do that without the code keyword, right? If, actually no, because of the it. If it dot kind is not equal to, oh, let's just say this. If new if points incremented. And then now we're going to go assert old if points is equal to new if points. Probably this doesn't work, but I don't know. What's a good, let's go to, we got a crash. Now this is going to be a little hairy because it's so we're getting a null node. We somehow added a null node sickle. All right, for now, we're going to do this. We're basically causing problems. Oh, put that in the wrong place. Okay, so now we didn't crash, but we are complaining. So I think what we instead want to do it called root? Oh, tc.expression. I think like that. Okay. Oh, we got to go to the load info and closing load. Okay. Then we're crashing later for some reason. Wait, does that have even anything to do? That might be a bug we introduced. Because I modified the hash table. Oh, bad. I forgot this. So line 26 of simp shader. All right, let's just look at these one by one. So most code is fine. So we're going to comment out that. Okay, so these are the cases. Whoops, I put a old new line. Why is there a D? Oh, because it's literally drive D. Okay. I thought there was like a %D. Okay, there's really a handful of cases, and they may be all the same node type that's missing something. So let's go into simp line 95. Set render target. Oh, it's a, let's print out what the type is. That's probably going to be procedure body every time, right? Yeah. Never mind that. Okay. We have to see what is in common. That is a macro. These do have macros. So we might be flattening the macro expansion there. This seems the most likely. Let's see. Yes. Okay, so if I go to code visit, we'll decide later what the policy should be about if this is optional or whatever, but for now, we will do it. And now, literally everything matches, I think. I don't see any bads. So that's good. But it is upset about hash table. Which is bad. That was an old buffer hanging around. That's bad news. So I don't know what's going on with that. Like, I literally don't even remember what that is. Oh, no, we do have some bads here. I didn't see the bads. Okay. I don't think those are related to the crash at all. Let's not print out this header. Like, we're just sort of doing that to verify for our own purposes. Our own porpoises. I'll leave that. Okay. Let's make it a little neater. Is what I'm working on now something for bananas specifically? Yes. So, like I was saying a few minutes ago, we have this more nuanced metric that we want to do for if statements, and we can't really do a nested stuff like that very easily without writing it ourselves. And I said, well, while I want to write it ourselves, why not provide it to the people? Because this is a module that I've been wanting to give people for a while. So we're sort of we're creating value for the people while we create other value for the people. So like, how is this like not initialized or whatever? What is even happening here? All right, you know what? I'm not even going to worry about that yet. Yeah. Okay. Let's just worry about the bads first. So, hash table line 306. Oh, I'm literally there. Table find pointer. That there's a code directive. We're actually getting more ifs. I assume it's because we're counting that code directive twice. Although I don't actually know. Because it's getting inserted by the macro. But actually, if we get more ifs, I'm actually kind of okay with that. The one that I'm really worried about is the get wrecked one. Like, we want to make sure we don't miss things. For loop, casting. A lot of ands. A subscript and assignment. How would we miss? Let's just see how many ifs we believe there are. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's getting 5. Oh, because of the 4 expansion. All right, we'll do that one as well. Okay. So now our bad... Oh, no, we've still got... All right. You know what? I'm going to worry about that later now. The discrepancies are so small that I'm not really sure. Like, I'm convinced that the basic mechanism is working. So now we're down to small issues that I'm not really sure how much I care about yet. Okay. Like, if you try very hard to match against something that you didn't care that much about the specifics of before, then it's like, Parsing is very easy as long as you don't take a computer science class or read Hacker News. If you are unfortunate enough to take a computer science class or read Hacker News, parsing becomes very hard. I'm doing the thing where I put the just purchased Sody Pop in the freezer so it'll get cold faster. Please let me know when to take it out, please. So why is this hash table hosed all of a sudden when nothing else is? Does this have to do... Okay, this is weird. I don't think this should have to do with any of my new stuff, but let's find out. Whoops. Oh, it's in metrics. So if I comment out all the no check-in stuff, does it still crash? I believe it will. No. Okay. That's very weird. Because I don't think that we should be modifying that hash table any differently. I mean, is it this visit pre-order somehow? Am I accidentally writing to the data? Like what? Really? What? How is it that? Oh, it's not. Okay, this is a weirder one. Okay, it is quite possible that I am toasting memory in some way here. Okay, so just doing the visit pre-order does the thing. Because we got that spurious success, I want to do. Okay, so this macro doesn't do much. Okay, what if we get the nodes? Boom, interesting. Okay. What if I just do this? That probably alleviates the no, really? Weird. What is actually happening? We may have a compiler bug here, people. We might be like... Oh, this is the wrong function. I was in breadth first. It's like when you're doing the breaststroke and you're supposed to be doing the backstroke. Oh, well, that's infinite looping. That's not helpful. Cover it in ice like you would with wine in a wine bucket. Well, that's an idea. Okay, so something about get sub expressions. So if I uncomment this, so it's one of these A calls. How is that gonna fucking do anything? So this is maybe a temporary allocator during compile time execution thing. I thought I tried that before, but maybe it was the other array. I mean, okay, it sure looks like that's causing it. Have I considered making a version of clear render target that takes a vector 4? What? Oh. Maybe we should do that. It's just this way, I think, for historical reasons. I think also when I started porting it, I didn't know if we were going to require those definitions, and then we ended up doing it. So. Well, this isn't what I wanted to be doing, but I guess we get to debug a temporary storage issue. A compile time temporary storage issue. Wait. I'm just snacking on the chips. Oops. Let's not do that. Boy, we're using a lot of temporary storage. It's really a lot. Why so many pages? The blue pages. You must bring me the blue pages. So these allocations are not mostly ridiculous sizes, although once in a while they are. I just want to make sure this looks right. Yeah, okay. So I guess we're at 16384 for the page size. Which, to be honest, seems a little small, but okay. The meta program probably should have a reset temporary storage in it, but I don't want to do that until after we solve this problem. Let's actually... Nobody's resetting it. That is fine. Actually, nobody's doing that either. So it literally is somehow, maybe we're writing off the end. And toasting things. Okay, if I go into the compiler. Okay, hold on. What if I just add 1,000 bytes here? Didn't fucking matter. What if I had 10,000 bytes there? Didn't matter. Interesting. Interesting. So now I put it in the middle so that writing by -1 or whatever would... This is really weird, because if we were just trashing memory, I sort of would expect to not be having the same result every time. Is my frozen pop cold enough yet? I don't know. Let's go find out. Okay, y'all. I have a refrigerator that makes ice cubes, so I employed that. And I have gelato. So, like, this is definitely a getting fat day. Gelato. How many calories? Oh, it's only 1 calorie per cubic millimeter. How much sugar? Total sugar is 30 grams for 1/3 of this. So it's 90 grams of sugar in the whole container. What is my opinion of agile waterfall requirement specifications? I mean, nobody does waterfall. Waterfall's from the 1960s. Agile is newer, but like nobody fucking does that either, except people who suck. So Scrum, etc. Yeah, people actually do Scrum, but for example, we don't do Scrum. You can watch Silicon Valley to learn about Scrum. They have an episode about Scrum. Agile is basically, it's designed for programmers who are kind of bad. Or at least the modern, like what it's turned into is designed for programmers who are kind of bad. What do we use? We just need people who want to sit down and get work done. If you have that, you're fine. If you don't have that, like the real secret of stuff like Agile, okay. The thing you have to learn about the business world is a lot of processes exist not for the ostensible reason that they exist, right? So, for example, management consultancies supposedly exist to help you understand your business and make the right decisions and all this, right? But the actual service that they sell is to give managers political cover to make the decisions that they already want to make. All right? That's what those are actually for. Agile is like that. Okay? Agile and Scrum and all this stuff. Like when it was invented, it had a certain intent, right? And that's all fine. But the actual function of it is to at least make people look like they're working all the time. And then maybe they actually will do some work if you do that. That's what it is. It's to prevent people from just taking 4-hour lunches every day or like, I mean, these days that everyone's remote, it's to prevent people from going to the beach all week, right? Nobody does waterfall, might want to go to Japan. Yeah, but where is Japan on the software development roadmap? How much software that you use every day was written in Japan? I'd be shocked at the salaries of software engineers. Dude, I used to be shocked at the salaries of game developers in the UK, game programmers. They were so low. It was crazy. I'm sure they're higher now, but like, oh my God. Dude, it was nuts. Why are they so much lower in Europe? Because Europeans have low self-esteem and believe that they're supposed to be poor. And this is being borne out by the European government now, the leaders of which are all copying the attitude that to save the earth, everybody needs to be poorer than they are. Probably has a lot to do with the fact that World War II took place all the fuck over Europe, by the way. Software engineers out of uni get 30K in Japan. Yeah, they should just move here. It is not hard to get 150K out of school. No troll. Like who in Europe thinks of themselves as winners, right? Americans still think of themselves as winners sometimes, although that's going away real fast. But like you kind of have to have an attitude of expectations for yourself in order to achieve a lot. What is a decent out of school salary for computer science? I mean, it depends on if you can actually program. If you can actually program well, you could probably get 150K probably. If you can't, then I don't know, 90K, 100K. The thing is, this all might crash in the next 6 months. So we'll see. Depends where you live, we'll move. I mean, if the difference between your salary is $50,000 in one place versus the other and you're young, frickin' move. It only costs like $500 to move. First year learning the job and then transfer to 2x comp. Yep. Sounds like the current technology industry. I do think it won't last, but I'm not sure how long it'll take to collapse. Like I said, it might be in the process of collapsing right now, but I don't think this is the ultimate collapse, but it might be like a mini collapse, like a correction. RIP Unity stock, that is true. Oh, I have to make a note to maybe buy Palantir stock tomorrow, depending on what happens with it. All right. Yeah, Unity is kind of toast, it looks like. I don't know what anyone thinks is going to happen there. I think companies like Microsoft and Google have way too much cash to crash. Yeah, I don't think they will crash that way, but they might just stop offering absurd compensations. Especially since a lot of those compensations are stock. If their stock is kind of in the toilet, let's take a look. Yeah, it's not down that far. I mean, considering it's still like substantially higher than the start of COVID. Damn. I guess this is all from like everyone sitting on their ass at home for a long time. Actually, this is all quantitative easing, right? Okay, here's the scary thing. You could sort of believe that this 2300 is equal to, because it's not like Google has done anything that amazing. They probably went up when everyone was sitting at home on the internet and doing all this stuff. But like 1600 at the end of 2020, you could make a case that these dollar amounts are roughly equal. 1600 and 2200 1 year later. Okay, think about that. Just think about that for a second. Maybe 1700. Do I have an opinion on working exclusively from home offices? I mean, it's worse than everyone working in a common office. Yeah, the thing is, we went from a regime where companies that were not profitable were being valued on future profitability extrapolated forever. Now that there's a substantial inflation rate, it just affects that calculus like heavily. And things that are not profitable are not necessarily expected to have funding to last indefinitely anymore. Whereas in the previous environment, they were, because the money would just rather go somewhere else or it just doesn't exist. So, yeah, like the valuation of something like Unity in that case becomes a much more standard, like, earnings times years valuation. And since it has negative earnings, then the value is the cash in the bank minus the burn times the amount of time it takes to liquidate the company for the cash in the bank. At what dollar would I buy Palantir? I don't know. I mean, I would probably buy it at the current value if the market is open right now. And that's just, it's just yeah, like I don't take, like buying stocks is a goofy game to me. Like I don't take it seriously because it's not a productive way to make money. And I think it's much better to make money productively, but it's just a funny thing to do once in a while. Wasn't their excuse like their AI got messed up so their ads didn't work? Yeah, but that's obviously an excuse. Your dog can't eat your homework every year forever. Your M1 cluster light problem was in fact just WebBS. Great. Wonderful. Okay. When can you buy Tekla stock after this bug gets fixed? Clearly. Yeah, I feel like most of the business that seems to have grown since about the year 2010 is fake. So like, I feel like we need quite a large crash to get back to where we were, except it won't look like as much of a crash. I mean, look at this. That's basically the same as Google. I mean, Google's in the S&P 500, right? But like, that's like literally the same shape as what we were just looking at. I mean, S&P probably goes back down to around here, 2,700 sometime soon, I think. I mean, I think it really goes down to like this, except that dollars are so inflated. Now, okay, so what should I do here? This is really weird because it's a weird way to crash. It is scarily consistent, even as I move the allocations around. And that sort of means to me, it's not one of these things about just overriding the end of a buffer or something. So what is it? I ask. And why? Why would using the temporary allocator more from in there cause a consistent crash in literally the same place? Okay, let's just, when we do this, let's find out what member it is. Oh, geez, we have a Control M bogey. Okay, right, string, bit.name. Member name count. In line 216. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that's very strange because, like, This is supposed to be in global fucking space. Oh no, it's not. Sorry. What am I thinking? No, it's on this My Plugin thing. Like, what is even happening? It's a reasonable address. But like it's unmapped. Consistently though. That's very weird. Or is it? $8AD0. How big are pages on Windows? They're 4K. Windows memory page size. Windows. Not the page file. I don't know, people. Is it 4K pages? If the pages are 4K, okay, hold on. Yeah, I mean, these would definitely be on different pages. I guess. The blue pages. Let me just, because my brain is slow, let's just do this. Well, we want the div actually, not the mod. Oops, and of course the percent. Let's not forget the percent. Yeah, it's on the next page. So somehow we are unmapping that page. I guess. Maybe. It is quite possible that we are unmapping that page. Is there a way to ask Windows, is this page mapped? Is there a way to say, hello, Windows, how are you doing today? I'm just wondering, could you happen to tell me if yeah, there are large pages, but you have to ask for them explicitly, and we don't do that. Virtual query. Virtual query function. Retrieves information about arranged pages. It tells you if they're blue pages or red pages. Point of the base address of the region pages. Memory basic information. And length. It's really interesting that this is a 100% repro bug. I don't even know. Don't even know. Okay. We probably have to define these things. Yep. Virtual query. All right. Okay. Okay. Syntactic approximation doesn't fucking matter. Syntax is not important. Syntax is not important at all. Syntax is like, if I were to estimate what percentage of the work put into this compiler is syntax, it's like less than 0.3%. It's really small. Yeah. Yeah, there are values here. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. The aesthetics of a language is kind of important. No, not really. Or like, if you think that aesthetics equals syntax, that's a very shallow notion of aesthetics. Let me put it that way. We're about functional aesthetics here. We're about deep beauty, not shallow beauty, bro. I mean, seriously, even with Rust, what's more important about Rust? The syntax or the memory model? Like, the crab. Yeah. What's more important about Rust? The syntax or the fact that you get crabs when you use it? Which of those is more important? I mean, if you don't get crabs when you use a language, what's the reason? Okay, virtual query. Virtual query. We're going to call this oh, I forgot that. Memory basic information is what? All the C garbage. D word is like sword, but different. Dward. It's the sequel to Deadly Rooms of Death. No word. Are you kidding me? Word up. Word to your mother. Memory basic information. Base address null, null, null. Okay, so that failed. That fucking failed. right? I mean, it returned 48 though. Let's read about these. Base address of the region of pages. It says it's automatically rounded down to the next page boundary. So I don't actually need to do this. Okay, that worked. So, oh, because I divided but didn't multiply back. Duh. Okay. So there we go. So I just want to do this with the next thing. And we will verify that these are on different pages. Yahoo Serious. Size of type of B. Probably don't need to print those sizes. Okay, so wait, why do we have free pages down to all of a sudden? Oh, because the struct print. All right, anyway. Yes, they're on different pages. Congratulations. State equals 8192. I don't like that that's different from that. Let's find out. Let's learn about the state. Mem commit, mem free. But that's much higher than 8192, right? That's 122884 or whatever. 8. Mem reserve without any physical storage being allocated. That sounds bad. Okay, so let's take this out because it's just noisy. Can I... Can I set some kind of a thing for like, tell me when this page gets unmapped? Like what if I break in the debugger, if I print this out at the beginning, and then I put a data breakpoint on that page in the debugger, will that go off when it gets unmapped? Because I would like to know. I am an inquiring mind, and I would like to know when this thing gets unmapped. All right, so wait. So 4096 is mem commit. Right? Okay. So let's print this in the beginning. This is the before. And it's wavy. It's wavy gravy. Okay, so before, this is very noisy, but 496, 496. So I could definitely oh, except this happens at compile time, guys. Oh my God. So I used to have a thing. I don't know if I still have it, but I used to have a function that I could pass a pointer in to the compiler and set a data breakpoint on that. And we'll find out. Metaprogram plugin. Okay, what do I do? Let's look and see if we can remember what this function was. Is there like a debug? Okay, we're just going to make a new one. All right. Okay. We're going to want a debug compiler, but we'll make sure it compiles first. All right. Developer debug. So the whole point of this is that we set a breakpoint here, and then during compile time execution, we will pass with that pointer in a module of codecs. Wait, no, in write. Here we go. Compiler, developer, debug, my.import indices. Okay, that is the page that gets unmapped. Hopefully, okay, so what's our command line now? Oh, we haven't validated that it happens with no jobs. Let's see. Probably does. Because I haven't imported compiler. Oh, it's not called, you're right. It's called developer debug. That's the real problem. Okay. Oh, did I? Okay. Bro. Get with the program, bro. Okay. There we go. Okay. And we should have all the ingredients. Oh, did we? Yeah. So we ran with no jobs and, oh, it's not unmapped anymore. Bro. And we don't crash. We take off the no jobs and we do crash. That's crazy. I mean, it's not that crazy, but it's crazy. I wonder what the deal is. I wonder if it'll repro in the debugger. Okay, wait. Why? Oh, because what is actually happening here? Because that's the telemetry build. Okay, let's actually just keep running it. Do we crash? Literally no. This is going to be very annoying, everybody. That's my only breakpoint. Let's not break. Okay, well, the compiler highs and bugs us by enough that it doesn't happen. Do we think it'll go public by the end of the year? Yeah, IPO price will be $69,105. Okay. I mean, okay, I could try setting a data breakpoint in code because I've always wanted a module that sets data breakpoints. I'm just not sure I want to broach that right now. But we could do it. Sounds like value. How do I set a data breakpoint? I don't remember now. I looked it up a couple years ago. I don't remember if you do it with virtual protect or something else. Can I virtual protect and just say this thing is not allowed to? Not allowed to unmap? Is that, can I protect it against vampires? Okay, this is weird. This is giving me completely different base address. Oh no, that's the pit. Never mind. This is right. Allocation base. But like region size is 4K and then region size is 12288. How does that make any sense? Here region size is, oh, it is. But it's swapped now. What? The region size for A was 12288 and then down here for B it's 12288. Okay, I'm going to turn off all the allocating new page I guess the region size is kind of arbitrary. I don't know. I guess it's a multiple of 4K every time. But like, how is that the region size after? That's like how much is available after this point, I guess. Right? So no jobs fixes it. This is a gnarly bug, yes. Here it says the same thing for region size, so I have no idea. Let's at least learn what region size means. Size of the region beginning at the base address in which all pages have identical attributes. I see. So this is like, okay, only one page has this attribute, and because then it changes. I get you. I get you. And here it's bigger because they run together. Okay. How Windows set data. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. Programmatically setting data breakpoints. Okay. I think it is through set thread context. Okay. Decided to write this article about hardware breakpoints. Debug registers. 32-bit. And linear addresses of the breakpoint and DR7 flags for each of the 4 debug registers. Okay, but Windows gives us an API for this, which we could just do initially. I just kind of want to prevent it from being unmapped and see if I can just throw when it unmaps, that would be ideal. I feel like Casey knows the answer to this. So this is a D word. Memory protection constants. I have a bug where a page is, what is the flag? Going from mem commit to mem reserve, causing a crash, I assume because malloc frees the page. I want to figure out exactly when this happens. It was totally fine, valid memory I was using, and then later it isn't, it is not anymore. I am texting Casey right now. The thing is, I don't know if setting a write breakpoint is supposed to do this. And thus, if I make a bug and it doesn't work, or if it doesn't work, I don't know if it's because I made a bug or if this isn't supposed to work this way. Casey says he doesn't know. Registers a callback function to be called when a secured memory range is free. Add secure memory cache callback. Someone is suggesting add secure memory cache callback. I mean, maybe. We could definitely try this out. I doubt that we have a binding for it. Literally right there. Add secure memory cache callback. P secure memory. Actually, let's do the and this is whatever to Boolean, not bool, but Boolean. Okay. Do we have Boolean? What the fuck is Boolean? Bool. A Boolean is a byte. Byte. Unsigned char. Okay. Declarations for word and Boolean. Procedure is missing its body. Oh. Okay, so we could supposedly add secure memory cache callback. Now, and maybe this is going to just barf, but so we do that result. Oh, I got to pass the... Wait. I don't get it. Now that I'm looking at this. Add secure... I was expecting this takes the actual address. How does it know what memory this is for? Is this like for literally any memory? Like it literally calls this every time a page changes? Need to protect the ranges with media molecule secure virtual memory. I see. Okay, hold on. Let's make the callback first. So this probably does nothing yet. Oh, well, it especially does nothing. Two different numbers of return values. The callback wants Boolean. I don't know what that's supposed to return. Unable to parse a statement here. Because this goes here. Hell yeah. Okay. Now we're crashing in a different place. Okay, and then we didn't crash in a different place. Okay, fine. I'm cool with that. We just need it to repro sometimes. Okay, so yeah, it didn't really change much yet. Uh-oh. Got a message.
You have a memory allocator and system already on top of malloc and free, right? So every time you call free, right after, just call virtual alloc to see if the memory is still mapped. And then it'll stop you right there, and then you step out of there and you're back to your code, right? Seems like that's an easy one just to add without anything exotic. But in general, I think that's a bad way to find a bug like that, because the when it gets freed back to the OS, it's not likely to be when that thing's getting freed. It's just going to be when some other random thing in your app frees and 64K becomes a, free, and it wants to give something back. So it'll be kind of an knowing when it goes away and whatever isn't the best time to figure out what happened. It's kind of too late for that.
In this case, I know literally two consecutive pages, one which is not freed and one which is freed. So there must be a free overlapping the start of the second page, which should not be legal. It is one data structure across both pages. But I am not really sure it happens in free. The situation here is complicated. It is during compile time execution with tons of stuff going on both in userland and in the compiler. But I'll give it a try. It's a good point that okay. Let me just, let's do this. Also, if we link C code, I cannot see that free and all. Okay. Let's not worry about this callback thing yet. Because I guess media molecule secure memory is a kernel thing. Let's see. Secure virtual memory. Okay, no media molecule for us yet. Okay, so instead, let's try. So we can check after literally every free, and even if that free is not the cause of it, we at least could pin down like earlier in time when it happens, which might be useful. The virtual query pointer. All right, so what is that? I'm literally going to do it here. If this hopefully I can do that from inside free. Attempt to use, oh, whoops. So 4964, 4964, 964, 96, 8192. So we are catching it earlier. And it happens pretty late. Okay. If b dot state is equal to 8192, we went 8192 while freeing whatever memory. And we'll just see what the address is on that memory. We went 8192 while freeing 8CD BBFO. We could check this before as well, like on the way in and on the way out. Oh, you know what? We should really put this in somewhere else. The problem is, in runtime support, it's probably okay. Yeah, default allocator. Okay, so here, we're literally going to put this here. I mean, this is so gross, dude. I don't even know if this is going to work. It may cause the compiler to major barf. Yeah. Yeah, we kind of can't do this here. I mean, I could set a different default allocator. Let's do that. Okay. Okay. I'm just going to call context dot default allocator mode size old memory pointer allocator data. I just put this back here for some reason. I don't know. Memory. Assertion failed. Not all controlled paths return a value. Okay. We went 8192 while freeing 8CD BBFO. Yeah. That's roughly the same thing we got last time. Now, I will note it's very weird that literally it's 8CB here and then 8BC here. But it's always BBFO, 8C7. Okay. That's actually kind of encouraging, even if this isn't the location. Yeah, let's try this. So we're checking a before and after. Okay. I found during which the page on maps but the address is far away So it is probably triggering a sweep up routine. And the problem is prior. Unfortunately, we are calling into C malloc still because I have not ported mi malloc over. If I had, it would be easy to hook it. Why don't I just, like, if this is due to a free, band A, right? If old memory pointer is varying to band A and old memory pointer. Because if we're freeing that page, we've got to be freeing something before or on the beginning of that page, right? If it's coming through this routine. Old memory pointer. Okay. Okay, and so we're going to go back to here, and we're actually going to set band A equals my, band B equals my plus size of my minus 1. With the parens in the wrong place. The virtual query, oh, I put these, I see, let's put these back here. Just put them there, no problem. Oh God, what? What did I do? Undeclared identifier band A, that's the problem. How are you not seeing that? Okay. Let's put it here. All right. Cowabunga B5CO50. B59C30. That seems bad. Why are we freeing the middle of this fucking data structure? What the actual fuck? Isn't that interesting? Unless I made a mistake. My goes from B5 8ADO to B6 0040. Like that shit is right in the middle. Okay, so print stack trace context stack trace. Free buffers shut down build. Free buffers on string builder. Fuck you. Okay. This is code that was recently changed. Okay, and it's happening in shutdown. So there was a bug that Raphael supposedly fixed, and he knows more about it than me, but I'm supposed to have a phone call with him tomorrow, that was causing something bad to happen when freeing buffers on a string builder that used temporary storage. But here, this is very weird because these addresses are not inside a string builder. Like this just should literally be on the heap. Unless, for some reason, temporary storage has a page and this thing has a page. Let's go back. Okay. So here, see, it's hex though. Okay. We're just going to do this. All right. Write non-negative number. You know what? Let's just put it down here. I actually kind of don't. Let's actually make sure it still happens without these. Because I would like to get rid of those now. Yeah. So we're still 8192. We're still cowabungaing and freeing buffers. This is good. I mean, it's not good, but it's good that we have a handle on it. What do I think about Agile and Scrum? I think you should get a better job. Coinbase down 26% today. Dude, I sold my Coinbase at 250. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, no, expect so-called tech stocks to continue to take a beating for a while. Dude, that's brutal though. 26% today. What did they do? Although this is weird because the graph says it opened at 54. So what are they talking about? Is this from closing the previous day? Yeah, this must be closing the previous day. Dude, minus 50% in 5 days. Is it in oversold territory? I mean, whether Coinbase is worth anything or not depends in part on whether cryptocurrencies are worth anything or not. And I kind of don't really believe that they are. I'm on Casey's side on that. I don't think cryptocurrencies actually do anything useful. Sweeney's going to buy Unity. No, I don't think so. Like, buying Unity would have negative value for Epic because then you would have to maintain this shitbird code base, right? What I would do if I were Epic is I'd just poach all Unity's employees who don't want to be there anymore, who are good. Like, Unity is dead by itself unless a miracle happens. Why would you buy that? I should go make Mike Acton a job offer. I don't know if I could pay him enough, but probably can't afford it. Yeah, especially people who a significant part of their compensation was stock. They're going to be very poachable. Okay, where were we? I kind of want another sody pop. Let me go get one. And then we'll be back. So, like, very often these days I talk about how the modern model of hiring programmers is broken and how programmers are historically unproductive and stuff. And this whole Unity thing just shows how that plays out, right? Like, imagine if Unity had a tenth as many programmers as they actually do, and all those programmers were actually as productive as an engineer should be. Their costs would be massively lower. Their product would also be less buggy and get done faster, right? So they might not have their current problem at all if they had better engineering standards. So like, this is how that actually plays out. And like I've been saying for a long time, the only reason that people haven't been feeling a lot of pain due to this historically unproductive engineering is that we've been in a time when free money was raining down on technology companies. And at least for many companies, that time seems to be coming to an end. It's not coming to an end for the biggest ones like Google and Facebook and stuff yet, although they may even feel some pressure. But it's coming to an end for a lot of these other companies. Wish you could run your own engine? Oh, but you can. They only have 5,000 employees, dude. That's almost as many as Twitter. Google says SpaceX is now up to 12,000 employees. So Unity is half a SpaceX. What do people at Twitter even work on? They have days of rest and community organizations. Just like God. Imagine if God's day of rest was not, oh, I worked hard for 6 days and I'm very satisfied and I'm going to recuperate and behold what I've done. But imagine it was more like a Twitter day of rest where it's like, oh my God, I just can't. I'm literally shaking right now. Not everybody in the world that I created believes exactly what I believe. I need a day of rest. I should sell that joke idea to the Babylon Bee. That's it. That's gold. I literally can't even right now. Okay. So let's get back to actually doing something productive. This is a pretty gnarly bug. But we have determined that shit is being freed that should not be. And so I'm writing out when we allocate pages, because I want to see if we're giving temporary storage somehow the same address. I don't think that could be happening, but I want to know. I want to know what you're thinking. It's going to be a little bit annoying because there's a lot of these frickin' pages. So this might not be worth doing. Yeah, so I was putting this down here. Okay. Oh my God. I guess I could check it against those variables. Okay. 1301 to 1304. And these are all 1416. So like none of that. So let's go into string builder. This does not seem to be helpful. Problem is print uses a string builder, so I also can't. Let me just do this. Because this gets called from shutdown, line 241. It is literally this. Okay. While buffer we just say print index and buffer. All right. So BBCO50. BBDO60. Okay, so the problem, yes. Here, okay. God damn it. So the string builder has this built-in thing. Why are we freeing the goddamn base buffer, first of all? So in order to reduce dynamic allocations, like if you start building a string, you're going to want at least some bytes in the string probably. So we have this initial bytes. Why that lined up exactly? Oh no, it doesn't line up exactly. BBCO50 DO60 8ADO. It's probably this one that's hosing us the most, because that is overlapping the thing. Okay, so first of all, oh no, we go base buffer dot next. So how? So we get 8B48, CO50. Wait, I didn't notice. I might have gone up the wrong tree because look, there's a cowabunga way back here that I wasn't noticing because I'm getting spammed so much. I was looking at these three down here. These are later. This one is B69C30, which, I don't know, but it's in the range. This is everything from B6 to B7, or B68 to B7. So what the actual fuck? So this table is, so this could be a bug in hash table. And then the later stuff could be happening because we freed that data and fuck things up. We freed that data up here, which is why it becomes available down there. Half to 40-year-old plus game developers you know have moved to tech companies on the 5-10-year plan to retire with a few million. Yeah. I mean, especially since like Facebook is doing VR and whatever, you can just go to Facebook, fucking go to sleep for 4 years, and you'll have $10 million, right? You won't have any self-respect, but you'll have $10 million. So it is what it is. Okay. We're getting close to knowing what's going on. Now, okay, so this guy has, this is a My plugin. It's got a hash table in it. So but I don't think that's not supposed to mean you're allowed to free from the middle of the fucking thing, right? How? It goes from 88 to 704. This is closer to the beginning than the end. Oh, but I guess these, we have 3 hash tables. So these could be big. What does hash table do when we construct it? We have entries. Okay, it doesn't look bad. Anyway, so when we're going to... Okay, this actually tells us which one it is. It's going to be the file indices, because this is note file. But that's weird. Wait, what is this 8 bytes going from B6? Oh. Bro. But then why is band B? Dude, I'm so confused. Oh, because we're doing... Okay, those address ranges are wrong, guys. Lol. Okay, we still have Cowabunga, though. But it's happening later. Okay, this is making sense. Stop making sense, says what's his name from the top Talking Heads. Okay, 8ADO to 9C. This makes more sense to me, if I'm being honest. This size looks like what it's supposed to be. Okay, great. Dude, what? My brain doesn't brain all the brains sometimes. Okay. Free shut down. So line 243. Guys, I have to go work at Twitter now because of what I fucking did. You know what else? See this? What do I do after this? That's what I've literally been doing for 2 fucking hours. By the way, we have a memory debugger that would have told me this if I'd run it. I just didn't run it because I assumed it was a harder problem. I assumed it was like a buffer overwrite, which the memory debugger doesn't do. Oh yeah. Hold on. This is actually this. Oh, yeah, I mean... This is weird because it's in compile time execution in the meta program, so I would have to think about how to get the memory debugger going on that, but it would be possible. I've passed the technical test for Facebook. Dude, I need to go work on the severed floor so that I can forget what just happened. Oh my God. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentle ladies. Like, especially before I started adding debugging crap to this, this is what this function looked like. So, hey, look, it doesn't crash. That Cowabunga is literally the right one now. All right, let's start role-playing as Roberta Williams. Famous game developer Roberta Williams. All right, so definitely we revert runtime support and default metaprogram, because that's just a bunch. There's debugging crap everywhere here. What did we do in print? Yeah, that, okay. And string builder. What did we do here? Anything that we want to keep? Nope. Nopers. We'll keep that developer debug. We'll keep that, even though we didn't end up using it. Yes, okay. Roberta Williams. Now there's still going to be no check-ins. So now, first we look in modules. Oh, this is the old if points, new if points. That's how we start. Remember when I was trying to program functionality? Weren't those good times? Remember when I was trying to create value for the people? Oh, this whole thing. Boy, my code feels so much nicer. Dude, that was literally the dumbest bug, and I spent, I don't know if it was a whole 2 hours. We could check the VOD, but like, you know, to be fair, I was eating some snacks during that time and chatting about Twitter or whatever and God's day of rest. So it wasn't exactly 2 hours of intense work, but, you know. Okay, this is all fine. Okay. Hey, look, it runs now, everybody, because I don't free the thing. That bug did make me feel very bad. I feel that was a microaggression on the, actually it was a macroaggression on the bug's part. Okay, so what were we even doing? We were doing this old versus new, and I was doing this visit. I was in metrics. I was doing this visit. And I was like, why is it crashing, guys? Okay, so that's actually, we get some credit for this. Modules codex. Fixed a dumb use after free bug. And dumb is the operative word. Okay. Wait. So we don't have any bads for our relatively hand-wavy definition of a bad. Oh no, we do have one. It's literally right there. I just didn't see it. It's right in my face. So somewhere in this procedure, I feel like it has to do with the hash table expansion. Okay. I should have taken the $10 million at Facebook. Do I have a new target speed for compilation? No. No. Don't be absurd. Is there a way to hook into the array bounds check system? I mean, currently, no. It's unclear if that's going to be the right way to do it, but maybe. Maybe. I don't like how messy this spacing is. Well, that did definitely tire me out. I'm not going to lie about that. And it was so dumb. I was so geared up for this to be some random, difficult, systemic, many things going on at once, weird ass bug, and it was literally the most vanilla freshman in college use before free shit that I've ever seen. Like, are you kidding me? Okay. Well, that's great. Now what do? We could just make our new if metric, which is the following. Let's just always print old versus new. Because the whole point of doing this was so that we could compute a new thing that was different. So okay, I don't just want pre-order visit, is the problem. Because I literally want to know how many ifs deep we are. So we're going to make a thing called visit pre and post order. And so if it's an if, we're going to say if pre-order we're going to increment the depth. Else, so we're just being experimental now. We're like, what is this API going to be like? Can we use it to do the things that we want to do and so forth? So code visit. All right. So visit pre and post order. How are we going to do that? we kind of have to do this stack situation. It's like when we push onto the stack, okay, here's what we're going to do. It's going to look kind of like this, I think. We're going to comment this out for a while. We're going to go like this. I mean, I could do a one-off. No, I have to do it a little bit differently than I'm doing here. See, I do something very much like this in the compiler, but this is just different enough to be confusing me. Basically, as we push stuff, first we want to call preorder, right? And then we push the thing and we do all the things. And then when we pop and come back down to the guy, we do post order. So we don't pop yet. How do we know when it's a pop? Well, I mean, if I just wrote the recursive version of this, it would be very easy. It's just that can't really be a macro now, can it? I mean, I could just flatten it out into a visit order. That would be, let me try to figure out how to do that without the recursive version is very easy. But it's also kind of slow because you have all these function calls. Is it possible to create a meta program to check for those kind of bugs? Well, you could. That wouldn't have been a bad idea in that case, actually. Because that, like, checking for them in general is maybe hard to do statically unless you have all the markup that, like, Rust does or something. But that specific case was like, those things were known to be aliased, and we freed one and used the other. So that is probably detectable pretty easy. I mean, the fact that it was two different variables that were aliased makes it a little weird, but still, yeah, you could make a meta program that catches that specific case that bit us there. For sure. Okay. Basically, when we call get sub expressions, we want to call the preorder. And then after we've done that and we come back down, we do the post order. And the question is, how do we know that we already did it without writing to the frickin' thing? Or even like keeping a hash table is like expensive. It's like, how do I know that I already did the thing? And the answer is we have already done the thing. No, that's not true. I mean, we can push it. I guess we can have a stack of we already did these. And we will always pop in the opposite order. Yes. Okay, let's do something here. So here we're gonna go. It is sub insert code. Pre-order is true. Okay, and then we add the pointers. Oh, okay. So if we peek it, I mean, we don't actually need to leave it on the stack. We could just save the index. Wow, this is annoying. Okay, we could just remember the index at which each thing comes off. I'm tempted to just frickin' flatten it recursively. You know what? Let's just do that. Okay, here's what we're going to do. For value values, it is going to be value dot node. Pre-order is value dot pre-order. Insert the code. There we go. And we're going to say get values. The nice thing is after I have this working, it also can serve as a reference implementation that I diff off of to make sure that the stack thing that I do is actually okay. So we make a pre-order node, then we go get nodes, get sub expressions. Yeah. So we get the sub expressions. For subs, get values, it values. Okay. And then there we go. See, you shouldn't pre-order your game. All right, so we make a pre-order node. We do all the child things, and then we make a post-order node, and then we're just going to iterate over that. Right? I don't know. Dumb value. Oh, yeah. Dumb value is a struct node. Node is a code node, and pre-order is falling. All right. While expanding this undeclared identifier values. Type mismatch. Oh, yes. Dumb value. Old if points. Got rid of that. Okay. I just want to know what it was. And I just want to see this go up to numbers above 1. Hey, 2, 4. We could even check if this is right by do we already get the header? tc.expression, because it's generic. Okay, multiply and convert to float. Max if depth 5. Let's see about that. Convert to float. That's in string to float. Multiply and convert. Wow, chat got quiet all of a sudden. Multiply and convert to float. What if statements do we see? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't quite see 5. Do I? Wait, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I only see 4. Oh, Bitcoin's only down 2% today. What are you talking about? Now an off by one? I don't know. I mean, when you say off by one, usually that means an array index or something, which is not what is going on here. There could be something weird about the things that I did, though. We could just get really, like, we have a lot of power in here. So we could go like, debug is tc.expression.name is equal to this, right? And then we'll actually put more information in a second. I just want to make sure that we can do this. Header. I forgot the header. I don't think we need to spam all these right now. Increment, 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 decrement, 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 increment, decrement, decrement. So it looks like we go in 3, out 2, in 4. Really? One, two, three, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, okay. If depth is equal to 5, print at line whatever, and print the line number of the thing. Oh. We did that for everybody, so let's just do it there. Okay, line 233, it thinks is the depth 5. Okay, hold on. 1. Oh, this is in the else of the if. I forgot to count it, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's all right there. Okay. Okay, it's working. It's working. So now the question is, how bad should it be to have nested ifs? I claim, so we already have some if points based on we already have some points based on you know, if it has an else clause, if it has an if x or whatever. And I kind of want to add +1 per depth level. So like a level 5 if should just be worse. Right? That should cost 5. If after an else And an else if is a separate if statement just chained after the else. Well, that's what it is, buddy. Do I count if x else whatever as two ifs? Well, I don't count it as two ifs. I mean, I sort of do. Isn't it more complicated to have an else clause than to not have an else clause? If you were counting code complexity, isn't it more complex to do the else thing? I think it is. All right. It's just one branch? No. An if else has to have a branch out of the then clause to after the else. It has to have a branch from the condition over the then clause into the beginning of the else. Yeah, so it's two branches. It has a conditional branch after the condition, right? And then an unconditional branch at the end of the then clause. Like, just draw the flow chart like you're a 1970s programmer. Complexity in ASM? No, I mean conceptual complexity. Like, if there's only a then clause, you only have to think about the program doing what's in the then clause. Otherwise, you have to think about what the program's doing in the else clause. Like, okay. So, if we're pre-order... Okay, and then we're going to transplant. This stuff is now accounted for in visit, pre, and post order above. Okay. If it's a switch statement, if it's an else block, so there we go. Boom. Okay. So now, examples, codex view. We could actually compare because we have this export and then we have the old one as well. So here's the old one. And we can make our metric if density. Okay. So look at how that looks. I don't know if we're going to be able to tell anything meaningful between these two. Actually, I could run the program twice. Oh, check this out, guys. I'm running the program twice, and then I'm putting this one here, and then if density, and it's not exactly the same. In fact, some things like this looks way more extreme. This has 470 if points. This one has 125. So we gave it 350 if points. Let's see. Let's just sort by metric. So is this the old one? Yeah, this is the old one. Okay. Sort by metric. 450 or 153. I need to see both at once. Come on, man. Come on, man. Inflation is Putin's fault. All right. 153.25. I mean, these numbers are generally higher, which is what we would expect. We're not, so it's got the interesting effect of smoothing out the colors more, which I'm not sure that I love. I don't exactly know why that is. But okay. Because I kind of want to see very clearly it would be interesting for me to just go through some of these and see. I actually should just draw the quotient here. So that's like 1/3. This is, 1/5. I'm just dividing if points by size in my head. Whereas this one is like, 1/4. And that's the worst that gets. It's hard to say. What's in the middle each time? So the middle would be, this is like 2.5, so 1.25. This would be like the middle, right? And here, this is 2 out of 36, so 1/18. And here it's 2 out of 34. It's about the same. This seems like cyclomatic complexity, but it's different because I don't like cyclomatic complexity because I don't think it's a good, it just doesn't make sense to me that reflects program complexity very well. There are just some very basic things about it that seem wrong. No, actually, this should be fine. Metric if and American if. Like literally, like today and yesterday, people keep mentioning cyclomatic complexity as if like, it kind of bothers me because people mention it as if like, this is the defined thing. Why are you doing something that is not exact? Or I don't know. Sometimes people are like, I know this thing, but it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe my dismay. Just trying to understand what I'm doing. I see. Yeah, okay. Well, what we're doing is in principle kind of like cyclomatic complexity, right? Like at a very high level statement, we're trying to do the same thing, which is let's come up with some ideas for measuring how complicated is code, right? And one thing that we do here, let's pull the new one. Oh, dang it, Windows. So we have a bunch of different components And this is like a blend of all of them, but this if density that we just worked on is one of them, right? Why does the blend look more extreme than the if density? That's really weird. Anyway, so you can sort of break it down into individual components of things that the program is doing. And, you know, these are very different, mostly from cyclomatic complexity kinds of things. The if density is the closest component that we have to that, but it is pretty different. And then all these other ones, like, you know, so when you call functions, are you calling into the same module or a different module? And I can just sort of see here different parts of my program. The parts that are blue call into the same module, right? It's a nice Twitter blue color for these functions because we all know Twitter is good. Have I heard about Halstead metrics? I was about to read about them at the start of the stream, but then we just started doing something else. Let's look it up real fast. Halstead metrics. Let's read someone's blog instead of Wikipedia, because Wikipedia is unreadable on every topic on computer science and math. Halstead's metrics are included in a number of current commercial tools, counting the tokens and determining which are operator and which are operands. Number of distinct operators, number of distinct operands, total occurrences of operators, total occurrences of operands. What the fuck is happening? Number of potential operators. Okay. So yeah, okay. So this all makes sense to me so far. Like I'm reading this and I'm like, yeah, okay, this guy actually has some ideas about what actually makes code complicated. Like I already like this a little more than cyclomatic complexity, right? I would actually weight the operators different in magnitude as opposed to just counting them at the same, right? Program length. Total number of operator occurrences and the total number of operand occurrences. Okay. We have a different thing. We have like expression count, which is that size that we're already dividing by. So it's like, you don't really need to do this. Total number of unique operator and operand occurrences. Okay, that's not really worth that much. I mean, not on a whole program basis, but maybe on a per procedure basis. Proportional to program size represents the size in bits of space necessary for storing the program. So this is like trying to say how much information is in the program. Number of lines of code are shown to be linearly connected and equally valid. Yeah, that's... So I guess in this case, they're counting like a call of a particular function as an operator. And the arguments are operands as well. Okay. Potential minimum volume, the most succinct program. The level of abstraction, program level. Yeah, whatever. Program difficulty. I mean, the problem with this is that if you try to optimize according to this metric, you're going to get kind of bad code. I think. Like, I believe some of the basic stuff up here, but by the time you get down here, I'm like, I don't really believe by the time you get down here. I think it would be nice in general to have a graph of how different parts of the code are connected in terms of calls and variable access. I mean, sort of. The problem is, so this is even a very small program, and it's got about 750 procedures or whatever. I don't actually draw how many, but that's about how many this is. So like trying to look at a call graph that has 750 procedures is nutballs, right? And that's small. Okay, let's pull over the Sokoban game. This has bam, 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 bam. Has a lot more procedures. So like you don't actually want to look at the call graph of the whole program, right? But like if there's some way to zoom into part of it and get useful information out of that, then sure. But I don't know what that is. I've thought about just drawing it at a module level and like drawing connections between the different modules and what's the thickness of the connections, or even maybe just the different files, the thickness of connections. I don't know. Hierarchical graph viewer. Yeah. I mean, the challenge is always just to make it a useful hierarchical graph viewer, right? Like, hey, let's see these things at a module level, and then maybe we do we do a bunch of tangly wires between the modules. And then you're like, okay, so how do I see who is causing these tangles? And you could open up one of the modules and see all the files. And then you could open up a file and see all the procedures, right? It's just being able to do that well enough to draw conclusions, question mark, about how to clean up your code. I don't know. Like you could imagine zooming out at the module level and you're like, oh my God, why are so many different places calling into this module? And you could like highlight that module and say like, make all the connections to this module bright purple. And then they're all bright purple, and then you could trace them around, right? Something like that. So it's about bedtime for me, but we at least got that graph traversal done, which is good. What I want to do, there's some simple stuff I want to do, like we could actually record what the maximum if depth is. Right? That could go in the file. when we show blend here, right now we just show the blend score in the lower right, and it's probably under the camera, so you can't even see that. But we should just break it down and draw in smaller text, like just all the individual parameters under the blend score, right? Yeah. But then also, so, this is one view that we could have. And I could start out a hierarchical graph view that just uses these same colors, right? So you just kind of get an average color for a file or a module. I mean, these are already file average colors, right? So we have those. And then modules could be an average of all their files, which would be fine. And you could just sort of zoom into those. And then we would have to have some kind of auto layout somehow of what the files are. It'll be like in Jurassic Park when it's like, it's a Unix system. I know this. Can you sort by the metric? Yes, you can. This is by module by metric, but we can just take the module part out. Now it's like best to worst. It's best of the worst of Red Letter Media. It is a lot of initialize. It's also a lot of maybe grow and array reserve. Like almost all of these, or a lot of them, can map onto each other. And we just need a good way for that to happen. And then we could get rid of them. Although, I don't know. We still want to export the headers for those. So I don't know what that looks like here. Anyway. So the other stuff I want to do is, I'm just going to write it down and then go to bed. So we want to have a little sidebar on the left, right? Left. We want to have a sidebar. That's going to have buttons like a settings screen. It's going to have an overall info. So like we have all this info in the header for this file, like what was the, what's the executable name, when was it generated, all that stuff. So we want to have a screen where you can see that. And then we'll have a button that goes to this screen, right? And then maybe sometime later, I mean, I need to work on other stuff for a few days, but we can come on over and do the hierarchical thing. The lobster hierarchy. And then you'll be able to zoom in on the lobster hierarchy and see what's going on. We want to do blend detailed report max if depth question mark. Would you have a comments versus code ratio view? I don't know. I thought about that a little bit. It's not easy to do right now because the metaprogram information that we're mining this from doesn't have comments in it. We could actually sort of infer if there are comments that are multi-line because we know the beginning and end line number. And so we can see if there's not code for a while. Or we could just load the original text file and look for comments and see how many are inside the procedure. That wouldn't be too hard. I just, I'm going to do the things that are easy and natural to do first. Like go to bed. Why am I addicted to sleep, everybody? Explain that. You're amazed at how little time it took to make this? Well, good programming language, and I learned how to program in the past when people were expected to get things done. Also, don't underestimate 40 years of experience. I'm just a lot faster than I used to be. But honestly, the programming language is part of it. Programming language really helps me be productive. Does this contain enough information to make view? It shows density of calls. Like if you want to see what does the most matrix multiplies. So what we're viewing right now is an exported file. We could put that information in the file. What I was thinking of putting in the file actually is the full call graph of the program. We don't put that in right now, but we could later. And so then you have not only the most matrix multiplies, but you have like literally every function. And you could say that. You could say like, show me here people who called the thingamabopper or whatever. Big O notation of each function. That's kind of interesting. I mean, you don't always exactly know big O, but you do know like nested loops, right? So like loop nesting depth. Something with a multi-dimensional loop is definitely scarier than something with a single dimensional loop. That said, there is the trivial thing where you collapse a 2D loop into 1D, and so somebody scamming that metric would like do that. So I don't know. Could it tell you the similarity of functions? Maybe. There's two interesting parts to that problem. One is, how do you actually represent, how do you decide what is similar and what isn't, right? And then in a way that doesn't have like trivial breakages where things should be similar but aren't, right? And then B, how do you do that like fast? Because you need to somehow put things, you need to map things somehow spatially so that things are near each other in space when they're near each other structurally, because that's how you search for other things that are like you. And it's not totally obvious to me right this second how to do that, but I haven't thought about it that much. But if you're not worried about fast, if you're just like, oh, I don't care how long it takes, you could just n squared compare everybody against everybody else. I mean, you could cull a lot, because you could just say, look, procedures that are radically different in size aren't that similar, so we're not going to compare them to each other, right? So then you end up only sort of comparing guys who are similar in size to each other. But that would be, that would be a useful thing, because if there's, or even, not even necessarily similarity of functions to each other, but like do we see this piece of code a number of times? And if so, why is there copy pasta in the code, right? That is a sign of low code quality that we're not detecting right now as like copy pasta from other parts of the program. So we basically need to make one of those like homework plagiarism detectors. I don't really know how those work. There wouldn't be a way to log where you had lots of bugs in the past and display that. There was a book that I was reading where they said that actually, and I don't know how much to believe that. I mean, I sort of believe it. They said that actually a big source of information about code quality comes from source control. Like, if you mine your source control and say how many people have been editing this file, right? The more different people edit the file, the worse it is. But then I don't know how you ever clean it up after that. Like, if your goal is to make it better. But like, if you just SVN blame the file, how many people come up in that? And how, like, is it fragmented or is it not? And we could do that stuff. All right, everybody. Thank you for coming by. We had a good stream, even though part of it was me being dumb. That's just part of the job. Sometimes programmers are being dumb. I do think we need to make our gradient sharper somehow. Like, this little tiny bit of orange isn't that great, but that's also another question for later. Like, this is kind of interesting. Like, this file starts kind of middle and then gets bad. And this file starts clean. And this starts middle and gets bad. It's like, you almost want SVN blames on these, right? Okay. I don't know if my new model of iffiness is extreme. But yeah. We're also going to have to put in file version detection because we're not going to do backward compatibility with old files yet. So every time we change the file format, you got to regenerate them, which means we need to complain if you drag an old file on. Maybe have the bars be horizontal. I don't know what that would do. All right. Thanks, everyone. I'll see you later in the future. In the future's future.